And this is probably going to be the last broadcast we're going to be doing for this game for a little while, because Kingdom Hearts 3, as you know, is going to be coming out in less than a day. I've already pre-downloaded it on my PS4, so it's just counting down the hours now. So what I've done offline, I played the game offline, but I didn't really advance the time. So it's still 2041, where we left it in the last broadcast. What I have done is built out a bunch of... laid out a bunch of roads, put down some police station, put down some more cable cars. So if you're new to the channel and you're joining us for the first time and you don't know what we've been doing, we've basically been building the city using cable cars as our primary means of mass transit. So here I've built an industrial district, a commercial district, and a residential district. Obviously there's no power connecting them right now, so those thunderbolts is obviously because there's no power to those buildings right now. We're gonna grow them kind of organically. So let's begin by satisfying the used computer's request for more industries. Let's go ahead and zone some industrial zones. I guess we can start here. Computer is demanding industrial zone, so hopefully we've laid this out correctly so we actually can develop it without too much problems. Let's find out. Also, if you're just joining us, notice that our population is 90,000, but our traffic average flow is 91%. So that means we really have no traffic in our cities. The only main traffic we have is the initial connection to our city. And believe it or not, that is the only external road connection to our city. All the rest of our city is not connected to any road. Literally everything is done through cable cars. So let's go ahead and develop this area. Looks like it's developing nicely. Very nice. Now I also deleted or removed the elementary schools, high schools, and universities offline just because we don't need them anymore. We built the Hadron Collider monument, which takes care of all educational needs for our city. So if we examine our education system right now, you can see that our capacity is 1 million and we're basically in the green, right? There's only 7,000 who's eligible out of a 1 million capacity. So again, for right now, ignore those power symbols. That's because our city hasn't expanded just yet in that direction. So also ignore our income because we're spending a lot more money than we should because we pre-developed. Basically, I created a master plan. This is going to be the residential area, and those are not roads. Those are actually bike paths. So our residential area is connected to the commercial district only via bike paths and cable cars. You can see the cable car running right now. That is how we are going to move people from point A to point B, is by using cable cars. Alright, let's go ahead and zone more industrial zones. And again, I'm playing this on the PS4, so I'm not going to be as agile as if I was using a mouse on the PC. Let's go ahead and start developing our residential zone, even though the computer technically hasn't asked for it yet. But we are going to need to populate our newly constructed commercial district and industrial district here. And again, ignore the power symbols for right now. I have purposely not powered those structures right now. I suppose I could power them. I would have to run a lot of electric lines though. So our goal here is to reach 100,000 population, which I'm hoping we can achieve fairly quickly, but we'll find out. You can see our industrial zone is developing nicely. And the same can be said for our commercial district here. I think we ended the last broadcast with I think it was 9 million, was it? In our bank account, but because I had to build out all these roads and all of this, so it's a pretty big chunk of the map that I actually built out offline. Spent about an hour and a half laying out these roads. And making sure we have police station, fire, in the fire department and things like that already pre-positioned, so that as our city expand, I even put parks and everything, lay down water pipes, also spent the time to lay out cable cars. So what I'm hoping is that our city would grow organically and fast enough so that we can reach 100,000 population, which I'm making an assumption that should not be a problem for our city, but we'll see. I'm zoning some office zones here. Again, we have to remember that as our population ages, the older portion of our population actually prefers working in an office rather than in your traditional high density or low density commercial zones. Oh, this is developing. Looks like we do have some residential demands. Very nice. Let's go ahead and pre-zone this to be a high-density residential. Let's hope that we have enough water capacity. We do. And trash capacity. We do. We are in the green. As you can see, I've pre-positioned the incinerators even in areas that we haven't actually developed yet. So again, ignore those power line symbols because I purposely did not lay out power lines in those structures yet because I just don't want to have too many power lines. I don't want to run too many power lines that I have to then tear down later on. Power lines. I don't want to run too many power lines that I have to then tear down later on. Very nice. Our city is developing quite nicely. Very awesome. So hey, so if you're just joining us, we're about to reach, in this broadcast, more than likely 100,000 population. Ignore the thunderbolts there. That's just basically because I pre-positioned the fire department and clinics and things like that, and didn't feel like running the electric wires for them. But we don't have any power problem because if you look at my power here, we're generating 16,000 megawatts because we already built the monument that is the power fusion right there. So this one structure here is enough to power the entire city, really. So I was just too lazy and didn't run any electric wires for those structures. But as our city grows, we're going to naturally expand to those areas, so we don't really need to run power lines. As you can see, we have a healthy 22,000 per week income with a 92,000 population. Let's go ahead and build out the commercial district some more. And did I accidentally lay out? I think I accidentally laid out low density commercial there. I actually meant to lay out some more offices there. Let's de-zone that for a second. And again, I'm playing on the PS4, so if you can hear that clicking in the background, that's just me clicking on the control pad. So this is going to be our last broadcast probably in a few weeks, because in less than a day, we're going to be playing Kingdom Hearts and we'll be broadcasting that live. So if you are interested in seeing somebody broadcast Kingdom Hearts live, feel free to subscribe to my channel. We'll definitely be doing that probably in the next 2 weeks. I'm predicting we'll probably just be playing Kingdom Hearts. Okay, looks like our new residential district is starting to develop. Very nice. High-rise buildings. Okay, so this is saying not enough customers. Okay. Well, you will soon have customers. Our customers are currently building their high-rise condominiums. Very cool. Now we could be earning more income per week. I built all of these very expensive structures that were necessary to construct these monuments. And I'm very tempted to either demolish them, destroy them, or just turn them off, because they're costing my city about 20,000 per week to maintain these structures that I honestly don't actually need. But we'll keep it going as is for right now. Let's go ahead and build more offices. I actually like offices. So we've got almost 93,000 people. Hopefully we can keep going in the right direction, which is 100,000 people. Let's see if we've got enough police coverage here. We do. So hopefully that little crook guy there can be caught. We'll add one more police over there just in case. So very nice. So this is our commercial district. It's starting to develop. Obviously there's not enough people right now visiting it because our residential district is only now being developed. And our residential district is only connected to our commercial district by this bike path. Yeah, so this is not a vehicle road, it's actually a bike path and cable cars. So we're using cable cars exclusively to transport people from one district onto another. And that's really an experiment that we started doing with this city about 4 days ago to see if we can build a green city that has no traffic problem. Looks like our population is growing still. Very nice. Let's go ahead and zone more residential zones. Let's just go ahead and zone the rest of these as residential zones. Very nice. So our goal is to hit 1,000 population by the end of this broadcast, and I have a pretty good feeling we're gonna achieve that pretty soon. As you can see, we have a very healthy weekly income of 22,000 and definitely a healthy bank account of 7 million. The rest of the city is actually mostly problem-free, as you can see. And if we look at our traffic, I'm actually curious to see what it is now. It's actually at 94%. That's actually the highest I've ever seen it. So our traffic flow normally is about around 89-90%. And so for a city of this size, of 93,000 people, to have a traffic flow of 94%, I mean, that's just like almost unheard of. I've never, in the 2-3 years I've been playing this game, I've never had a city that had such an amazing traffic flow. And the secret to that, in case you haven't been following our live broadcast in the last 4 days, is that I only have one point of entry in my entire city, and it's actually this one. This is the only part of my entire city that connects to the highway or to the road. My entire city is using cable cars as a mass transit to connect, for example, this island onto my main city here. And the cable cars are right there. You can see them. And these are very, very efficient. They can transport a large number of people. And look at this one, 454 people serviced last week. That's an insane amount of people for one stop. Alright, so the computer's wanting more commercial zones. And I never can really tell whether the computer wants more offices or just traditional, you know, commercial districts. But I do like to build offices, so let's go ahead and build offices. So as you can see, as we organically expand our city to all these blank spots right now, you know, obviously the power is flowing from one building to another. So all of these little structures like this park that's needing power is going to be automatically supplied with power. I just didn't want to run electric wires all throughout this newly master planned areas that I built out offline. So you can see our population's already at 94,400. Let's go ahead and check out our unemployment. So our traffic flow remains at 93%, which is really excellent. Let's check out our traffic flow, not traffic flow, unemployment. We have an 18% unemployment. That's pretty high, I would say. But, you know, it's not too bad. I think we can get it down to a single digit, hopefully. If we're looking at the graph there, you can see that 39% of our population are adults and 19% are seniors. So more than half of our population are actually, well, old. Let's go ahead and just watch things develop. 94,000. I think we're gonna hit that 100,000 population pretty soon if everything continues as is. Computer still wanting more commercial zones, so we'll go ahead and build more commercial zones. Oh, do we need more water? Let's see. I think we're doing okay water-wise. That's alright, so things are starting to develop nicely. We have a population of 95,000 right now, so we're approaching that 100,000. And as far as our traffic, let's check out our traffic. Our traffic is currently sitting at 94% flowing, which means we basically, for all intents and purposes, have no traffic problem. And for a city of this size, of 95,000 people, it's very unusual to not have any traffic problems. Alright, so this is the brand new residential district that we're building. That's why you're seeing a lot of flashing red icons, because I've flopped down some structures in advance, such as parks, fire department, police station, things like that, in preparation for our city's expansion. So we have a very healthy 22,000 weekly income. That's very good, and a 7 million bank account. It's only the year 2041 in the game, guys, so that's actually really good. Could temporarily put in wind turbine. There we go. So it looks like our population's at 96,000 and rising. We have a very healthy bank account of 7 million right now. Look at our nice residential district being developed into some very nice high-rise buildings. Looks like quite a bit of these are level 5s already. Wow, very nice, very nice. Alright, we're approaching 96,000 population. Pretty soon we're gonna hit that 100,000 mark. Let's just wait and be patient. This new residential district is turning out very nicely. Our population at 97,000. I'm just gonna go ahead and flap down some wind turbines so that we don't keep seeing those thunderbolt icons everywhere. There we go. Our population at 97,900, or approaching that 100,000 mark. $98,000. Look at our brand new residential district here. It's developing very nicely. So we can actually get rid of these power lines now. I believe we don't need them anymore, but actually let's wait a little bit. Our traffic flow is at 92%, which is extremely good for a city of this size. Population still rising at 98,745. That's really good. Looks like we're expanding our city a little too fast, so we're starting to get some problems there, but that's okay. That's kind of expected when you expand and you grow your city this quickly. Looks like we're at 99,000. Looks like we're gonna hit that 100k population quite easily. So looks like we're gonna achieve our goal of hitting 100,000 population with virtually almost no traffic. Traffic is flowing at 92%. When was the last time you built a city in City Skylines where traffic is flowing that smoothly? So this is the brand new residential district that we're developing right now, and to support that we built this brand new commercial district, and to support that commercial district we built this brand new industrial district. So everything that you're seeing right now is just all brand new. It did not exist just 10 minutes ago. And looks like we're about to hit that 100,000 population very soon. So if you're just now joining us, we basically built an entire city using cable cars primarily as our mass transit. That is how we are able to achieve an average traffic flow of 92%, which effectively means we really have no traffic in our city. This is the main bottleneck in our city, which for all intents and purposes is not even really traffic because it is moving. We're almost there to the 100,000 population mark. We did expand our city a little too fast, a little too aggressive perhaps. So we're gonna have to fix some of these problems that we're seeing soon. I think all we have to do right now is sit tight and let the computer figure out what it is that we need, if anything at all, as far as what zone we need to build. There you go, folks. We hit 100,000 population, and 300 people are moving in every week. So there's a high demand for people to come and move into our city. Our city is not perfect, of course. We're starting to encounter some problem because we expanded it a little too fast. But that's okay. It's okay. Alright, our city is hovering at 100,000 population right now. Pretty much on schedule. We predicted we were going to achieve 100,000 population. When we started the broadcast, we only had 90,000. So, in about 30 minutes, it looks like we achieved our goal of getting 100,000 population with 92% average traffic flow, which is extremely good for a city of this size. Some more people are still moving into our city. We have almost 200 people moving in every week. I love how these buildings look. Oh, look at this one. Very nice. It's a high density level 5 residential building. Looks like our city is continuing to grow, our population is continuing to rise. I think I'm going to temporarily turn off some of these buildings. I don't know, should I even bother? We only built these buildings so we could build the monuments, and now that we have the monuments, we don't actually need these buildings anymore. We could demolish them if we need the space. We do want that. That's a space elevator. So that jumped our income by quite a bit, so now we're making 30,000 per week by just simply turning off structures that we don't actually need anymore. These were the structures that we needed to build in order to build the monuments, which, as you know, is the highest ranking buildings in the game. So look at our income per week jumped to 33,000 per week, which is exactly what we want. Yeah, all these useless, well, maybe they're not so useless. People are unhappy that I turned them off. But they'll be okay, because we have the monuments in place. Alright, now we have a very healthy income of 39,000 per week, 40,000 per week. We've exceeded our goal of 100,000 population. And our goal to have no traffic, so traffic is moving at a rate of 92%, which means there's really no traffic in the city. A city with 100,000 population and no traffic, that's pretty incredible. So we have a bunch of structures that we've turned off because we don't really need them anymore. We built them for the purposes of getting these monuments. So now that we have the monuments, we don't need those structures anymore. I could either demolish them or... Actually, that looked better when it was facing this way. Maybe I'll move The Eden project over there. The Eden monument, I mean. Go move. There you go. Computer wants more industrial zones. Let's see. Alright, we'll zone more. Let's go ahead and build more offices. I tend to like offices more. They're less problematic than commercial zones. So our city is hovering at 100,000 population. We have an extremely good traffic flow of 91%. I have a lot of structures that I've turned off because I needed to build them for... there were prerequisites for building the monuments. Let's go ahead and get rid of these power lines. Don't think we'll need them anymore. Oh crud. I accidentally deleted the the cable line. Let's go ahead and just redrawing the cable line there. Okay, very nice. Our residential district is starting to build up. So as our residential district builds up, it's going to fix some of the problems here, which they're basically lacking manpower right now. They need more people, not enough customers to buy things as well. So we're just gonna let the game run for a little bit. Come on, we need a residential district to build up more. Very nice. So we'll just let the simulation run. It's going to take some time for the computer to build up the residential district here, and once it does, it's going to fix some of the problems here in the commercial district. I just built up the city a little too fast. But as you can see, the city overall is doing really well. We have over 100,000 population, and over 100 are moving in every week, with a 34,000 weekly income and 7 million in the bank and rising. And we are using cable cars as our primary means of mass transportation, so we're not using metros, we're not using buses, we're literally just using cable cars. Guess we don't need these power lines anymore. Let's get rid of them because they look kind of ugly. Let's make sure our water is good. Okay, so far so good. So as long as our residential district continues to develop, I think we're going to be okay. And if you could hear that chiming sound, it's because it's leveling up. The buildings are leveling up. You can see the cable car over there. It's kind of cool. So it looks like our population might hit 101,000 soon, hopefully. We'll see. It's fluctuating. Looks like these residential buildings are coming out really nicely. A lot of them are level 5 actually. Look at that one, a level 5. Looks like we've reached 100,000 people population in our city. We have more than enough capacity to keep growing. I would assume to at least 120,000 people because I built out this large residential district. We'll see if we can fill it up completely. So we built our entire city with the idea that people are going to want to walk. You can see people are walking right now. Or bike. I don't see any bikes right now, but I definitely see people walking, visiting the botanical garden. Look at our brand new residential districts. Very nice. Mostly a lot of level 5 buildings. So it looks like we don't need this anymore as well. Very nice. So this is our brand new residential district. It's coming out very nicely. I think we need to work on our commercial district here. Very nice. Our population is continuing to grow. It's at 102,000 now. Very interesting. So we've got 103,000 now. That's pretty good. Looks like more people are moving into our city. We got 265 people moving in every week. That's pretty amazing. Now, I don't know if I built enough commercial district. There seems to be quite a bit of demand for it. Very nice. What was that? An incinerator plant. Oh no, building's on fire. No police. No fire department, I mean. So let's go check out our unemployment, if we're doing okay or not. We have a 14% unemployment, so that's actually pretty good for a city of this size. So if you're just joining us, we built a 100,000 population city, and our traffic flow is at 93%, which means we effectively have no traffic in the city. I have a lot of structures that I've turned off temporarily. Those were necessary to build the monuments, but since I built the monuments now, I don't need some of those structures anymore. So we're currently trying to build out our brand new residential district here, and our brand new commercial district, as well as our brand new industrial district. Looks like the computer wants more commercial district. I actually didn't plan to build... I didn't build enough commercial district zones, so what I could do is dezone some of the offices and turn them into just a normal commercial district. Not really a good idea, since I tend to prefer offices over the traditional commercial district. Hey Victor, welcome back. Nice to see you again, man. I just decided to play again today because Kingdom Hearts 3 is going to be unlocked on my PlayStation 4 pretty soon, so this might be the last broadcast for this game for a little while, because I'm going to focus and turn my attention to Kingdom Hearts. So yeah, my goal today was to reach a population of 107 or 100,000, and now we're at 107, so basically already exceeded my initial goal there. So yeah, the city overall, from a statistical standpoint, from a traffic standpoint, is doing really good. Like I said, I have a lot of structures that I've turned off because I don't need them to be running, because they suck up a lot of money. All these structures are costing me 20,000 per week, and that's because I needed to build them in order to build the monuments. So that's the Eden project. Turns every single tile in your city into a high value tile, and that's the medical center. Provides complete 100% medical coverage for your entire city. And this is the Hadron Collider, which provides free education for your entire city. Yeah, so I don't know if you built those monuments before. They're very handy to have. So it looks like our population is still climbing at 107,000. We got 107,000 and no traffic to speak of. Our average traffic flow is at 93%, which is really extremely amazing for a city of this size. So you know, Victor, I haven't actually played Kingdom Hearts since the PlayStation 2 era. Actually, it was Kingdom Hearts 1, in fact. So I tried to watch some YouTube videos on the storyline, and boy, it's got a very complex storyline, to put it nicely. I don't even think I follow it, and I've already watched several videos on it. So the computer wants more commercial zones. Running out of space to put commercial zones. Maybe we'll just borrow some of these and turn some of these into commercial zones. It's kind of cheating a little bit, I guess. Let's see if that would work. Oh, Victor, Kingdom Hearts was pretty expensive to buy. I ended up buying the, what is it, the deluxe edition. Ended up costing $100. That's like the most expensive video game I've ever purchased, I think. Alright, so our population is still rising a tiny bit. We are 108,000 people now in our city. Look at this brand new residential district. Like, wow, look at all these level 5 buildings. It's impressive. I like it. So we are currently, look at our bank account, 9.2 million, and it's only the year 2043 in the game. Yeah, Victor, it was really expensive. I almost didn't buy the game, to tell you the truth. I was like, oh my gosh, $100. I could have just kept on playing City Skyline, actually, but I know everybody's going to be playing Kingdom Hearts, and I kind of want to be a part of that. Oh, so you're from Brazil. Ah. So how much would a game like Kingdom Hearts cost in Brazil, like the deluxe edition? Guess we don't need all these wind turbines anymore. Don't think. Let's try and demolish them, see if the computer complains. No complaints. Let's see if we can get away with getting rid of that. That's the last wind turbine in this area. That's good. Now I'm kind of hoping we would hit like 115,000 or 120,000 before I have to end the broadcast. That would be a nice way to end the broadcast. Again, our initial goal was only 100,000. When we started the broadcast, our population was at 90,000. So we've already grown 18,000 since we started broadcasting. And that 18,000 is primarily here, in this brand new residential district. So we also have a brand new commercial district, and so that's still kind of evolving. Probably really should have built more. I should have extended my commercial district and built more blocks of it. That's okay. So we need to expand our industrial district a little tiny bit. So Victor, do you own this game? Do you also play this game on the PC or on the PS4? This is probably the largest residential district I've actually ever built. Oh wow, so it is really expensive in Brazil then. Oh, so you play this on the PC. Are you watching this stream right now on the PC as well? I'm assuming so, I guess. You're watching it on YouTube. I guess some people are able to watch the stream on the on their own PlayStation as well. Oh, I'm with you, Victor. I actually basically bought every single SimCity game since SimCity 2000, I believe. And I was playing it as well before City Skylines. But I actually really like this game a lot. I do like the graphics in SimCity, but I kind of got used to the graphics of this game. Oh, okay, so you're watching this on YouTube. Very nice. Well, thank you for watching again our live stream here. Appreciate it. So, have you actually built a city that's 100,000 with no traffic problem? Because if you're looking at my screen right now, I basically have no traffic problem. 93%, 95% if you can see it right now. It's pretty crazy. 93%. It's fluctuating. I don't know why my garbage trucks are not able to fetch these garbage. We might have to build another incinerator. Maybe. Away from the population, though. Incinerators are such high pollution type buildings though. Yeah, I always run into problems with as my population rises, the traffic just gets worse and worse. So yeah, I understand what you mean by. I understand what you mean. You're welcome, man. I actually accidentally discovered this cable car thing like 3 days ago. I literally was just experimenting on this piece of my map here, and this was the first cable car that I laid out. I literally was just experimenting to see what would happen. I also experimented with blimps, but cable cars are like far superior to blimps. Yeah, so in my entire city, basically everything is cable cars. It's pretty crazy. Wow, look at this residential district. Maybe it's big enough to get the city all the way to 120,000, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see. That really is the largest residential district I've ever zoned. And considering that a lot of these are level 5 buildings, wow, how many people can this hold? I'm wondering. So, yeah, a lot of these are level 5 buildings because I have the Eden project there. And I'm just being silly, but I still put parks all around it. I don't know if that actually makes a difference or not. So you can see my botanical garden over there. Maybe it's just old habits. See, there's another park right there. I just want to make sure that this area develop as many level 5 buildings as possible. So by plopping down some parks all around it, plus the Eden project, that should, in theory, ensure success. So if you look at the residential district, this is how many parks and botanical gardens I put all around it. It's quite a lot. I just want to make sure that it turns into a level 5 residential district. Hey, look at that. Population's 109,000. Hey, Victor, I might catch up to you, man. I might reach 120,000 before I have to end this broadcast. Or maybe I'm just wishful thinking, because I think I didn't build enough commercial district. So that's going to bite me in the ass. So we're going to cheat and zone some of these as commercial district, even though this was meant for my industrial district. Hey Victor, do you have a PS4 or an Xbox 360? Haha, thanks for the cheer there, Victor. I just saw your comment there. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to beat your 120,000 population. I kind of just set out to get to 100,000 before I ended this broadcast, but since we're doing so well, population is still climbing. Oh, for power, I'm actually just using, before I demolish all my solar panels, now I'm using the fusion power plant, so this is the only power source I have for the entire game, actually, for the entire city. I'm almost tempted to demolish these other buildings because I really have no need for them. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to. These are really expensive buildings I'm demolishing. Just because I have no need for them anymore. Let's move this guy over here. So if you were ever wondering what I reserved this middle island for, since the very beginning of the game, I actually reserved it for the monuments. Yes, let's demolish really expensive buildings. Why? Because we can. We have 9.7 million in the bank, and I guess we don't really need these buildings anymore. Yeah, to tell you the truth, like, I really couldn't afford Kingdom Hearts. I kind of just extended myself a little bit and bought that game, so I hope I can win some subscribers for playing that game. Otherwise, everything would have been just for you know, would have been a waste of money. So Victor, do you still play you know, City Skylines even now, or just once in a while? I actually just like recently rediscovered this game. I started playing it again because like about 2 weeks ago I bought the Mass Transit DLC. So sometimes you still play this game. That's cool. I think I am gonna permanently have this game installed on my PS4 and just once in a while just play an experiment and try something new, like, you know, this whole cable cars experiment. I mean, I haven't seen any YouTube video where people use cable cars as a mass transit, you know, option, and I can't believe I sort of just stumbled upon that and just discovered it by accident. Alright, look at my population, 112,000. I might catch up to you, Victor. I'm getting closer. So the largest city I actually built had a population of 205,000, but the traffic was pretty horrendous. It was pretty horrible. So I ended up abandoning that city because it was having so many problems due to traffic being so bad. But this city, all these areas that are flashing are the newer parts of the city. This one we built yesterday. This one we just built today. This is what happens when you play this game and you expand too fast. You'll run into problems like this. But actually sometimes if you just run the game for a few hours, things stabilize. So I actually haven't been just running the game by itself since I started playing this game. That's why I'm only in the year 2043. So there was somebody who logged on and watched the live stream yesterday thinking I might have cheated or something because it's only the year, whatever it was, 2030 yesterday, and I had so much money in the bank and my population was so high. And I told him, cable cars. Alright, so we got 113,000 people in our city and over 600 are moving in every week now. That's crazy. It's actually gone up. It's amazing how this entire island here, one, is not connected to the highway that's passing through it, and two, is being populated solely by these cable cars. Let's see how many people are being serviced by these cable car stops. 478, that's a lot of people. Let's compare that to my bus routes. Let's see. Let's look at my mass transit. So in this game I'm only using buses, because I started out with buses, and cable cars. Now if you look at my bus route, which is pretty extensive, look at this left side here. These are all bus routes. I spent like 20 minutes laying out these bus routes. And the combined left and right side is only servicing 454 people per week. That is nothing. Just one of my cable cars stops services that many people. And that's for the entire bus system. It's crazy. So like one of these cable car stops equates to like one of my bus systems. My entire bus system rather. Look at this one, 404. This one's 520. Let's look at this one over here. 900. Oh my god, if you're looking at my screen, this one, oh well, it went back to 480. It was 900 for that brief moment in time. I know, right? 2,800 on cable cars is pretty. It is pretty crazy. In my other games, I generally use the metro or the subway, but they're so expensive. Oh, actually, if you look at my map here now, if you look at all the blue dots there, that's how many cable car stops I have now. So yeah, I built quite a bit of it today. Like, all of this stuff did not exist until today. I built that stuff out today. I actually spent like an hour and a half laying out all these roads and those new cable car stops. So I didn't actually know that when I started this broadcast whether this was gonna work out or not, so I'm actually quite happy that it's, for the most part, working out. Even though the city is not without problems, as you can see. Hey, plus you know, Victor, I'm actually making money on the cable cars. So if you look at my budget here, I'm making 3,400 every week on the cable cars. So that's pretty crazy. I'm making $400 on the bus. So I know everyone tells you build buses because you make money off of it. Well, you also can make quite a bit of money on cable cars. It's pretty crazy. I mean, not enough to offset the costs, because if you notice there, I'm spending 46,000 total on my mass transit, but it's worth it though. This residential district is turning out to be quite nice. Never seen so many level 5 buildings grouped together. I just saw your last comment there, Victor. Yep, the best deal ever indeed. Commercial district, it's starting to stabilize a little bit, not so many flashing icons. I know, right? I don't have any traffic issues and I'm getting profit. You know, in some of the other games I played, when I reach 100,000 people, I don't make this much money every week. And you're right, definitely, yeah, I don't have any traffic problems. Still moving at 90%, that's still pretty good. Yeah, if I zoom in overhead in some of these areas of my city, you notice everything's just green. It's just crazy. Yep, look at this part. It's just green. It's because everybody's walking and biking. I feel bad for my citizens. Hey, but you know, they're so fit now because they're just walking and biking all the time. They're gonna be the healthiest people. Let's see, looks like I don't need this windmill anymore. I hope so. Let's see. Looks like it. And I wonder if I still need this. Let's find out. Alright, perfect. As much as I like those wind turbine thing. Oh, I still need that one. I prefer that they don't exist right now on my land, but looks like I need that one still. Computer just wants more commercial zones. Wow, really? I wonder if the computer actually wants offices and not really commercial zones. That's the only problem with this game, I can't tell. So if I zone, say, commercial or offices over here, what would happen? Too bad I don't have cable cars covering this area. I didn't think I was gonna need it for this broadcast. Although I do over here, actually. Oh, so I just saw your question. How do I handle garbage and cemetery and stuff like that? So since every section is an enclosed section, so I have to have garbage collection in every area. So if we look at this, I have incinerators everywhere. So if I have an enclosed section, yeah, that enclosed area has to have incinerators. Yeah, otherwise you're going to run into problems very quickly. Yeah, so for example, in the residential area that I built here, you can see there are two garbage incinerators at the top there. And then I just placed this one here just in case, because this portion of my city is actually quite big. Yeah, so that's what I do. I have a very, I guess you can say, localized garbage collection. And I also have a very localized cemetery, or actually I don't build cemeteries anymore. I build a crematorium. In fact, I have 0 cemetery in this entire city. So for this residential area that I'm developing, you can see I built 4 crematorium. I don't know if that's overkill or not, but I wanted to make sure that the dead people don't pollute my city. Yeah, so I hope you learned some tips and technique, man. I actually, to be honest with you, I just like stumbled upon some of these things in the last 3 days. So, you know, if you've watched my broadcast since the beginning, you'll notice that I was learning as I was going along as well. I mean, I watched a lot of videos from other people about, you know, mass transit DLC, but nobody ever mentioned anything about cable cars. So that's kind of crazy. Now, so this is a result of me expanding my city too quickly. Abandoned buildings. That's so sad. I might have to do some rebalancing though. Let's see. I wish I know what the computer wants. More commercial zones or more offices? Don't know what the computer wants. So let's build more commercial zones here. So this area here is not highly covered by cable cars, so hopefully it won't introduce too much traffic. You can see some traffic here. So the reason I mean, it's not a lot, it's a moving traffic. The reason I have a lot of moving traffic here is because I have so many train stops, or cargo train stations. So those cargo train stations do generate quite a bit of traffic. But again, it's moving traffic, so it doesn't seem to be counting against me in the traffic flow statistics. Look at that, Victor. 119,000 people now, and more people are moving in every week. That's crazy. It's gonna hit 120,000 pretty soon. And people are still moving in. That is crazy. Alright, I gotta build more commercial zones. Yep, it's coming soon. Here it is. Almost there. Inching forward to, there we go, 120,000. Woohoo! That's crazy. So 30,000 of those people are in this residential block. And looks like this is not full yet. It can probably handle another 20,000 people. So I wonder if I can just keep the game running and get 150,000 before I end the broadcast. Which is kind of funny because my goal originally was just 100,000 people. This is going to be a limiting factor. I'm running out of room to keep expanding my commercial district. Oh, I never did run the power lines through this part of the map. Oop, that's gonna be a problem. Haha, thanks Victor, I just saw your congrats there. Let's see if we can do 125. Hey, look at that. I got 10 million in the bank. Hey, so Victor, so some of the games that you had, like when you had that 120,000 population, like how much money were you making every week? I have to say that me making 30,000 every week right now, that's probably the most money I ever made per week in any of my games. Because normally by the time I hit 100,000, I have so many problems in my city that money ends up being one of the problems. But this city, especially the earlier parts that I built, is like rock solid. If you look at it, there's not any blinking icons in these part of the city. It's these new ones that have issues that I have to figure out. Yeah, I think I'm on the same boat as you, Victor. I have problems with money once I have a population 100k. I think you're probably doing better than me because I think I used to get like 4k or 5k per week. I'm with you on that. I think at a certain point I do reach a point where I'm just happy that I have any profit whatsoever. Yep. So I gotta figure out how to improve this newer part of my city. I don't know yet what to do with that. So normally what I end up doing when I can't figure out what's wrong with my commercial zones is I de-zone them and convert them into offices. That's what I've been doing throughout this entire game actually. And that seems to be working out quite well because my theory is as the population age, they actually just want to work in offices and not in malls. Not in those high-rise malls, which are those high-rise building commercial districts. So I'm gonna rezone that to become offices. That's actually why the earlier part of my city is basically super stable, because I built as little commercial district as possible. These are mostly residential and office zones. So that's another tip for you there, Victor. Build as little commercial zone as you can get away with, and convert them into office zones as as the need arises, or if possible. But only do that if your population's demographics is that at least 50% of your population are in the adults and seniors category, which in my case it is. It looks like 58% of my population are adults and seniors. So with the young adults, only 18%, teens 17%. Those are the guys, those are the part of your population that really work in the commercial district, I think. It's just my guess. I don't know if that's really true or not. So I'm going to try to stabilize this part of my commercial district by just building offices, actually. And I might do the same here. Oh, I need to abandon my tourist district. My tourism is really not making money. Yeah, 1.8 per week. That's kind of sad. In fact, I'm gonna move my space elevator. Maybe over here? I'm gonna move this guy over here. Let's do some monument shuffling. I think I like when my Project Eden monument was over there. Maybe we'll put the space needle elevator right there. Something like that. My poor people, they can't decide whether to be happy or sad. I keep shifting the monuments that makes them happy or sad. Uh-oh, looks like my population is not rising so fast now. Oh wait, it just did. 135, 171. It's fluctuating greatly. Uh-oh, maybe I should have not messed around with those monuments. So one of the things I'm gonna do, I think, is just get rid of this tourist district, because it's really not making any money anyway. Let's see, let's get rid of the district. Just gonna erase the district. Bye-bye tourist district. So now all of these nice buildings will get demolished. Okay, so this is somewhat stabilizing, although I guess there is no demand for offices because I zoned that area as offices and no offices are being built. People are still moving into the city though. We got 122,000 people in the city now. Hey Victor, so have you ever built like bike paths in your other games? Because believe it or not, this is the first time I've actually built bike paths in my game. I didn't know they were actually very useful at moving people too, because people actually walk on those bike paths. So here they're walking from the commercial zone all the way to the residential district there. They're not even taking the cable car, they're just walking. It's so crazy, look at the number of people walking. Alright, our population is still continuing to rise. 122,000 people and rising. Let's look at our traffic. Traffic flow is still at 94%. I'm with you, Victor. I had the base game until just like 2 weeks ago as well. That's probably why the game seems so easy now, because of mass transit and, you know, me discovering the cable cars hack technique, whatever this is, tip. Yeah, if you had to buy, I mean, if I had to buy only one DLC, I would have bought mass transit. Actually, the reason I bought mass transit, believe it or not, it's gonna sound so silly, is because of the blimps. I liked the blimps when I saw the movie trailer stuff, and I also like the monorail. So in the first week that I had the mass transit DLC, I kept building monorails everywhere and kept building blimps. But now I don't build blimps or monorails. Actually, I thought about building blimps for this game, but I don't know why I never got around to it. I actually like the blimps. Also, in my previous games, I was building airports and the international airport in the hopes of improving my tourism. Like, I've been playing this game almost every day for the last 2 weeks, and I really could never figure out how tourism works in this game. Even after I unlocked the space elevator, I still don't understand how it works. Oh no, my population is like leveling off. Did I finally hit the ceiling of my city at 122,000? Or am I hitting a death wave that I just don't know about? Because this sometimes happens. One thing I have noticed since I started playing this particular city, this game that we're playing now, is I haven't had any massive death wave where like 30% of your population just dies. I don't know why that is, actually. Could it be that if you have no traffic problem, you don't encounter a death wave? I don't know. I have always assumed in every other game that I played, except for this one, the one I'm playing now, I've always assumed that the death wave is a part of the game's logic, that people just die every few years. But that actually really hasn't happened in this particular game. So Victor, from your experience, have you always gotten the death wave? Because from my experience, I've always gotten it, except for this game that I'm playing now. And the only difference between all my other games is that traffic is moving extremely well in this game at 93% traffic flow, which basically means we really have no real major serious traffic to speak of. I mean, look at my residential zone. There's like virtually no traffic. That's because there's hardly any cars on the road. Most of my citizens are just walking, happily walking, like really happily walking, busily working, walking. There are more people than cars on the road. Population still rising at 123,000. Oh yeah, I just saw your comment there. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess from my experience as well, there typically is a death wave. But yeah, I haven't encountered death waves in this particular game. Like, my population since I started this game has for the most part been steadily rising. Like, I haven't had any death wave. That's kind of weird. Yeah, actually you're right. I do have a ton of elders. So maybe I will have my death wave pretty soon. Let me see. Ah, you're right. Like 20% of my population are seniors. They haven't died yet. That is funny. That's true. You're right. This is actually the first green city I've ever built. You're right. And the people are just living longer. Maybe because they're not inhaling all the smog and pollution from all those cars on the road. You know what's funny, Victor, when you write your comment is that I first get the notification on the PS4 screen, and then moments later they show up on my computer in YouTube. It's kind of funny. It's not like 100% in sync. There's a delay. Ah, you're actually reading my screen. Yeah, 505 births and 401 deaths. Uh-oh. That's not a good ratio. There are more deaths than birth pretty soon. That means that's going to be the beginning of a death wave. Now, I actually do still build clinics, which I know you're not supposed to anymore once you get the medical city center, whatever that's called, the monument. Old habits. Why am I having trash problem in here? Oh, because I only have one incinerator up there. Oops. Probably should build another one. So that answers your question, Victor, about trash. See, I still get them. Trash problem, I mean. Actually, I probably didn't need to build that because the trash problem just went away. That's okay. It's probably good to have 2 garbage incinerators for this area anyway. So like this area looks mostly stable now, except for a few flashing icons. I'm surprised it actually stabilized. So looks like we could potentially hit 125,000 population. I'm not sure. My population is shrinking. That's not good. Looks like my population is plateauing as far as the number of people moving into the city. But at 124, that's pretty good, considering the original goal was 100,000. Let's make sure we have water. Oh, look at that, our water is starting to need some TLC. So let's start with a sewage plant here. Awesome. Hey, for those of you who are just joining us, we basically built this entire clean city, and ignore this area for right now. These are the areas we're developing. But if you look at the rest of the city, there's virtually no problems with them, no flashing icons. Everything just looking fine and dandy, and it's because if you look at our traffic, we basically don't have a traffic problem. We have a city of 124,000 people now, and our traffic flow is at 91%. And that was well before we built the monuments. The monuments did not help traffic in any way. In fact, the monuments should actually help make traffic worse, because now more people are going to come into your city to visit the monuments. But yeah, even before I built the monuments, my traffic flow was hovering between 89, 91. And if you look at my city, mostly all the streets are green. They're pretty clear. And the reason for that is twofolds, or maybe threefolds. One, this is the only entry point to my city. The original entry point that you start out with is the only entry point and exit point to my city in terms of road-wise. So I actually never built any other road connection other than this one. I know that seems kind of crazy because you're seeing this island with a highway passing through it, but if we look at the map really quickly, I know it's gonna be kind of hard for you to see it, but my city does not connect to that highway that's passing through this land. So this island is actually an isolated island, and its population is coming from the cable cars that I've got here. So you can see this one cable car stop has 404 people that's servicing, that it serviced last week. This one has 400 people. Yeah, those two cable car connections alone is what's actually populating this entire island. And you can see that the island is divided to a left and a right side. So I did the same thing. To populate the left side of the island, I placed a cable car as well. So you can see this one is serviced 260 passengers last week. And there's another cable car here. And this one 332. So yeah, this was a grand experiment that I started, I guess, 3 or 4 days ago now. I wanted to see if I can build a city that did not rely on roads for the majority of its transportation needs. In fact, for this entire city, we basically built a network of cable cars. So if we look at my cable car stops, so those blue that you see on the screen, those are all my cable car stops. And most of them are pretty simple, from point A to point B, right? Point A to point B. So I didn't really actually start building a more complicated network of cable cars until today, where I built, here you can see it's not just point A to point B. I actually built, you know, multiple stops. Personally, I prefer just a simple point A to point B. And one of the cool things about cable cars, in case you didn't know, is it's a lot simpler to build a cable car mass transit, if you want to use it for mass transit like what I'm doing here, because unlike all the other options for mass transit where you have to lay out, you know, the tubes if it's like a metro line, and then you have to create a line afterwards, a cable car is pretty simple. You just lay out the cable car stops and the lines, and that's it. You don't have to create a line, you know, for any, yeah, it's just basically, you know, put down the stops, lay the cables, and you're done. There's no fuzz. It's just straightforward. So let's see, my population's still rising. Looks like we might hit 125,000 people, which I'm gonna have to update my graphic there, because my graphic says 100,000 population, and we've far exceeded that, like, I think an hour ago. I'm like literally updating my YouTube cover art right now. So it's funny how the bulk of our city is pretty stable. The part of the city that we developed yesterday and today is still needs to be stabilized, but that's okay. Sometimes you just gotta let the game run for a few hours for things to stabilize. And sometimes what I do is I cheat. I like de-zone the commercial zones and turn them into office zones, because as my population age, that's what they seem to prefer, actually. I guess I wouldn't say that's cheating, that's just my strategy. I de-zone the problem area and turn them into office zones. Office zones are so much easier to maintain. As long as you've got people that can work in those office zones, they don't really give you any problems. And for example, this entire island here is primarily just residential and office zones. Yep, they're just all residential and office zones. I didn't build a single commercial zone here. The same thing I did for this island, I believe. Yep, this entire island here has no commercial zone. It's just residentials and offices. That's probably why the bulk of my city is so stable, because it's just filled with residentials and office zones. smoggy. Looks like we did hit 125,000 and population is still rising, so I guess that's good. I'm just updating my YouTube cover art and description, title description. Look at that, we've got 10 million in the bank now. Awesome. And still making 33,000 every week. That's pretty crazy. Our traffic is still at 93% traffic flow. We do need to, I need to stabilize this area because I actually hate looking at those flashing icons. So let's go ahead and begin the process of stabilizing it. First, let's demolish this abandoned building. So this area is starting to look decent. Could start dezoning some of the industrial zones. The problem is I expanded things a little too quickly, I think. So what I could do is dezone this area. Oh, I might have to run power through this. So this is another strategy that I do, or at least I started doing when I started playing this game, was just dezone things. And then just rezone them again to a different zone, not the same zone type, of course. So this area is highly stable for the most part, except for a couple of flashing icons there. The residential area is going to be highly stable. They're not going to need or want anything. Cool. Okay, our residential district is still looking pretty good. There's still people moving into the city, 105 people every week. Oh, 63 now, it just went down. 43, it just went down again. 126, and it just jumped back up. Our commercial district, which really has become an office district now, because most of this, I guess half of this, are office district now. I'm tempted to just dezone this because I just don't want to see that flashing icon and turn that into an office zone. Okay, so we stabilize this area for now. So our commercial district is starting to look decent. Our brand new commercial district, I should say. And this is our brand new residential district. Our population hovering at 125,000. Let's see if we can make it to 126. And again, no traffic problem. We have a 92% average traffic flow, 93%. We do have some area, this newer part of our city, that we need to stabilize. So this area was highly stabilized until I switched it from tourism and then converted it back to its normal commercial zone. Maybe I should have left it at tourism. I suppose it's not too late, I still can. Or maybe just turn them into offices, actually. Let's do that instead. I want to stabilize this part of the map because this was actually from yesterday's game, from yesterday's broadcast, and this was highly stable yesterday. So let's turn that into an office zone. Yeah, look at how stable this is now. This doesn't have any problems now. It's okay, we'll fix one area at a time. D-zone all of these. So this area is highly stabilized as well because it's primarily just residential and a tiny bit of office. I think I built some offices here. Oh hey, there's one more structure there that I forgot to turn off or demolish. One of these building here. Don't need that. Oops, I didn't think about that. When I de-zoned all those buildings, it disconnected it from the power grid. Oopsie. Should have not de-zoned so many buildings all at once. Okay, hopefully that will fix it. Yes, perfect. Let's go ahead and turn these into office zones. Alright, later, Victor. Thanks for tuning in, man. Take care. Cheers. So we're converting this area into office zones. Office zones are a little bit more stable than commercial zones, but you do need to build some commercial zones because otherwise you'll have a high unemployment rate. So let's go ahead and rebuild our commercial zones. Just gonna put some wind turbine here so we don't see the stuff flashing. Okay, sweet. That way we can focus our attention to this part of the map. So we've got 125,000 people and 11 million in the bank with an income of 29,000 per week and a traffic flow of 92%. So we're not doing too bad. We're actually doing pretty good. We have 5 of the monuments, so you can see right there. One of the downsides to obtaining the monuments, especially when you first build the Eden structure here, yeah, the Eden project building, is that it turns every single tile in your city into a high land or high value land. So that actually causes problems that you may have not anticipated. It's because every single piece of building or house all of a sudden will become level 5, or most of them, not all of them. And so then all of a sudden you'll have this influx of population. And at some point I had an unemployment rate of 41% because when I built the Eden building there, yeah, there was like 30,000 people that moved right into my city right away, and I didn't have enough jobs to keep them employed, so I had like literally like a 41% unemployment rate. I was like, what? And that's actually why I built this area so fast. And so the downside to building your commercial and industrial zone so fast is that it's not an equilibrium with the rest of your city, so you'll run into problems like this. And so that's okay. Nothing in life is perfect, but it's okay. We can fix it. Slowly but surely. So this area is highly stabilized now. And it wasn't earlier, because this is a brand new area we just built during the start of this broadcast, as well as this residential district actually. This residential district is actually handling 34,000 people right now, because we started the broadcast with only 90,000 people, and when I built this residential district, that's when my population started growing. And this is actually probably the largest residential district or zone I have ever created in all my games. It's quite a bit, considering a lot of these buildings are level 5. Yeah, they're level 5, and they look pretty. Yeah, I mean, if I play the game right and do things correctly, if I can figure out my commercial industrial zone, I mean, there's no reason why this residential district couldn't take this city all the way up to 150,000 population. But I don't know if that's going to be achievable in this broadcast. My original goal was only 100,000 population actually. Let's see. We have quite a bit of problems in our industrial zone at the moment. Let's actually start dezoning them, because we think we built too much too fast. This I'm tempted to just turn into an actual office zone. Maybe, we'll see. I love the sound of the rain in this game. I like how when it rains the building shimmers, and the same thing for the road, because I guess they get wet. Okay, looks like our population is declining. It could be because we need to stabilize our commercial and industrial zone. Okay, so people are starting to move in here a little bit. What is it saying? Not enough raw materials. Now, is that because I built too many train stops? I'm not sure. Did the train stop coming here? I actually don't see the train. So our traffic flow is still at 93%, so at least we're still doing good in that department. Maybe we built one too many train stops. We actually do have quite a bit of train stations now. I've even built one here that we haven't used yet. And another one here that we're not really using either. Could be why. I should probably turn them off for right now. Let's do that. I even built a couple here. Let's turn them off for right now. Maybe we are hitting our first death wave. I see the population is going down. As Victor commented out, I have a lot of old people in my city. Let's look at the demographics. Yep, there are more deaths than births, so this is a death wave. So we still have a healthy weekly income of 31,000 per week, 11.4 million in the bank, and we'll see what our population ends up being, because it looks like we're at a point where there are more people dying than giving birth, so that kind of means we're having a death wave. Our unemployment is pretty high because I demolished quite a bit of our commercial zones and turn them into offices. May not be the brightest of ideas. Let's go ahead and de-zone some of these industrial zones. I think we have too much at this point. That's funny, before Victor logged off I was just saying how I haven't encountered my death wave yet in this game. I think I'm actually encountering my first death wave now. Whoa. Death wave. We have more people dying than birds. That's not good. Let's see if we can survive this. It's like 55% of my population are either adults or seniors. Let's look at our traffic flow. Our traffic flow remains at 92%, so at least we don't have traffic to worry about. Now this is the newer part of our city, and that's the part we're trying to stabilize right now. Our traffic flow was at 93, 94 just a moment ago. That's pretty good. Look at all these level 5 buildings. That's pretty cool. I think, I mean, my first death wave in the game, or if I ever had a death wave before, I never noticed, but this one I'm definitely noticing. So we're just gonna let the game run and let it play out itself. There's the Eden project. Ooh. And there's the medical center project. You can tell because it's got that helicopter pad on top. And there's the Space Needle. Careful, it might poke your eye. Oh. Space elevator, not the Space Needle. Okay, so how do we stabilize this area? There's not enough goods coming in. Is that because we built too many train stops? Not sure. Go ahead and just D-zone them for right now. Let's look at our traffic flow. It's currently at 93%, so we're doing extremely good in that department. We have 11.8 million in the bank and earning 18,000 per week, so that's pretty good. Oops. Okay, looks like our population is starting to come back up again. Maybe the death wave is over. We'll see. Not yet. 54% of the population is still adults and seniors. So the problem that we have here is we expanded our industrial zone a little too much, too fast. So let me go ahead and just de-zone them. Let's see if we can stabilize the rest of the city. So I'm just converting these commercial zones into office zones instead. It's already 9 o'clock. Oops. Wonder. So maybe what the computer wants me to build are low commercial zones. Let's see. Hey, Dark Knight. Hey, good to see you again, man. Yeah, I was trying to develop this city so that I can get 100,000 people. I've got 109,000 right now. But I hit my first death wave, I think, and so I'm trying to stabilize these newer parts of my city here. So this part here is new. This wasn't here yesterday. I just built this today when the broadcast started. It's a really large residential district that's probably holding about 20,000 people right now. Aw, thanks, Dark Knight. I'm happy to see you online as well. So even though we've got over 100,000 population, we're still doing really good in the traffic flow, which was what this experiment was all about, just to see if we can build a city that can have really good traffic flow. So we're still hovering at 91%, it looks like, 92%. So the newer part of our city obviously has some problems. It's because I expanded the city way too fast. Plus, I think I just hit my first death wave in the game. I don't know if it's really my first one, but it's the first one that I've actually noticed. Also, I need to fix my unemployment problem because people are not happy at the moment. They want more commercial district. The problem is there's not enough people. Oh, never mind. Alright, so let's build more commercial district. Just build the low density ones. Okay, looks like this part of the city, this area seems a little bit more stable now. Let's revisit this area here. This was stable a moment ago. What happened? Hey, Dark Knight, so I did end up buying Kingdom Hearts 3, so my PS4 has already pre-downloaded it. So now it's just counting down the hours. Yeah, so starting tomorrow I'm gonna be live streaming Kingdom Hearts 3, so that's gonna be exciting. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3 or Kingdom Hearts since the original PlayStation 2 version, Kingdom Hearts 1. You want to live in my diamond city? You're too funny. So all this time I could never figure out what commercial zone the computer wanted me to build, and as it turns out, I think the computer just wanted me to build low density commercial zones, and I've been building high density commercial zones. Could be a part of what's causing my problem at the moment. Still waiting for my population to stabilize, hoping that that death wave is done now. Hopefully. Actually, we can check up on that. Nope, death wave still occurring. 631 deaths and 477 births, so not yet over. Yay, population is rising again. Nope, that's probably fake. There's still more people dying than being born. Oh, so now the computer wants more industrial zones now. Hey Dark Knight, do you not have a copy of this game yet on the PS4 or on the PC? Because if not, this game is a really fun game. I do hope you get a copy of this someday. I started playing this game when it first came out in 2015, and of course I like stopped playing for like probably 2 years, and I just picked the game back up again like 2 weeks ago when I bought the Mass Transit DLC. Should have not expanded my city so soon. That's why I'm having all this problem on the right side here. Let's see, the death wave is already over. Still not over. Wow, now 63% of my population are either adults or senior. Wow. I do have a lot of old people in my city. That's probably why they're all dying now. Hey there, the Crusher. Fix the problems. Yes, we're trying, we're trying. Our original goal was really just to achieve 100,000 population, so we've gone over that. And I built out this part of the city. This wasn't even here like 2 hours ago, so it's just expanded the city too fast and then hit a death wave. And so, at least for the most part, the rest of the city, the ones we've been building for the last 3 days, is pretty stable. Nothing really too much wrong here. It's just the newer part of the city here. That's where the problem is at the moment. So the computer now wants more industrial zones. So let's go ahead and zone more industrial zones, starting right here. Oh no, look what happened here. I'm just going to end up converting all the rest of these into office zones, I think. Hey Dark Knight, yeah, I started loving this game too since 2015. I actually played this game a lot on the PC version on Steam. It's only in the last 2 weeks, I think, that I just started playing on the PS4. I mean, I've had a copy of the PS4 for a while now too, since a year ago, I think. So it took me a while to get used to playing on the PS4 and the control pad here. Wow, this is becoming like a tough little puzzle to solve right now, how to stabilize this newer areas of my city. I'm almost tempted to just de-zone everything and just like start over and build everything slowly. Okay, this area looks like it's stabilized a little bit. Oh, is it still $30 on Steam? Yeah, that sounds about right. I bought it on Steam like in 2015, so I don't know how much it costs now. Well, at least population's holding at 110. Let's hope it stays that way. Why can't the rest of my city be as stable as this one? This one hasn't given me any problems at all. Same thing for this island, actually. So it looks like population is starting to go back up again. Is the death wave over? Yep, the death wave is finally over. There are more people being born than people dying, so that's a good sign. Yep, population is starting to go back up. Look at that, 418 people per week, 388. That's good. So Dark Knight, at some point, I had a population of 125,000, I think, before the death wave occurred. So now I'm only down to 111,000 right now. Oh yeah, is Megamind pretty good? I like that name, Megamind. It reminds me of the cartoon, Megamind. So one of the things that I found, like, you know, when I'm researching YouTube and looking for city skylines, things to watch. He's a Cambodian YouTuber. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, since I'm playing on the PS4 now, so I don't have any access to mods or, you know, anything like that. So when I watch YouTubers, you know, stream City Skylines or play City Skylines rather, you know, I notice they have add-ons and mods and things like that, which I can't install or have on the PS4. So that's kind of sad. I'm just basically playing plain vanilla City Skylines with the DLCs. Hey, Dark Knight, have you played Kingdom Hearts yet? Any version of that game? Oh wow, now there's a big demand for industrial in the city. Oh, so you haven't played Kingdom Hearts. It's a really, really popular game. Hey Marco, hi. So since like I think you're new to the live stream, Marco, so we built a city here for the last 4 days now, I think, and the goal was just to see if we can build a city with 100,000 people where the traffic is still flowing really well. So if you look on the screen, the traffic flow is 92%, which is actually really, really good for a city of this size of over 100,000 people now. We're running into some problems in the newer parts of the city here, but that's just typical of once you reach 100,000, you start running into issues. Ah, Dark Knight. I know I was gonna play Snowfall. I bought the DLC, so I have it. I just haven't had time to play with it. Hey Marco, have you played this game at all, like on the PC or on the PS4? I'm actually playing on the PS4 right now. So just to have you up to speed, Marco, on what we've been building. So basically, yeah, so here's the trick to how we solve the traffic problem, at least for right now. So again, if you look at my traffic flow, it's 92%, right? And again, I have over 100,000 population now. So the reason we are able to maintain such a high traffic flow is, if you look at my city, there's hardly any traffic. It's just all green all around. The reason for that is this is the only connection point to my city other than the railways, obviously. So I didn't build any other connection to the highway. This is the only one. And I basically built disconnected portions of the city. Like this island here is not really connected to the main island here by road. They're only connected via cable cars. So that was one of the things that I kind of stumbled upon the last 3 days, is that cable cars can be used as a means of mass transit. Look at that. This one cable car stop is servicing 430 people. I've even seen as high as 900 people. This one is also servicing 480 people. Yeah, so basically I ended up just building cable cars for my mass transit. I didn't build a subway or a metro system. Oh, thanks. I just saw a comment there. Yeah, I didn't build a subway. I didn't build taxi. I built bus lanes in the beginning of the game. So if you will look at my mass transit, so I built quite an extensive bus lane here in the beginning part of the game. Look at it. I spent like 20 minutes laying it out. But if you look at the number of people riding cable cars versus, say, buses, there's 2,600 people riding cable cars. Yeah, Dark Knight, 150,000. I was close to that. I was at 125 earlier, and then I hit a death wave, and so everything just went downhill from there. Because maybe I should have not messed around with my city and just waited for the death wave to kind of settle down. But instead, I started reshuffling my zones, which is probably not a good idea. Like this was all industrial zones earlier, and you can see I've de-zoned them. And so now that my population is rising back up, the same demands are kind of occurring again. They want more industrial zones. Yeah, there was a gentleman earlier that was in the chat where he said the largest city he had built was 120 or 125. So I was trying to see if I could catch up to his city, and for a while I did. I broke over 125,000 population, and then and then he logged off. At least he saw that I beat his population, and then my population started declining. So it was kind of ironic. So can I review your city in first person view? Sure, let's see. Is that FPS as in first person? Wait, FPS? What do you mean by can you review your city in FPS? Oh, hey Marco. Yeah, I've actually experimented with battery cities or battery street layouts about a week ago. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't. I mean, it worked. But I didn't want to keep laying out like a battery street layout. I'm kind of weird the way I lay out my streets. Cause like if you look at this, when I started this game, I had this middle section here that was just like left blank, and it wasn't just until like maybe earlier today when I started building the monuments that I finally filled them in. First person, yeah, sure. So this is kind of what it looks like. The weather is kind of cloudy, or what it is at the moment. I mean, the city looks okay. I didn't really try to maximize the space. If you notice, I have a lot of unused space there. I did try to maximize space in this island just to see if I can. I was actually trying to build my own little Singapore here. At some point I had a lot of seaports here. I think I had 3, and at some point there were so many what do you call that, cruise ships and cargo ships that was on the shore, but then I ended up demolishing all of that at some point. Didn't quite work out. I think Dark Knight just wanted a quick tour of the city in first-person view. So Dark Knight, these are the monuments, which are the highest level buildings you can build in the game. This is the space elevator, which supposedly increases tourism. Thank you, Marco. Yeah, that was my goal. Was just originally just 100,000 people, and with a traffic flow that's better than most people's games. So yeah, even with 100,000 people, a traffic flow of 92%, in my opinion, is like pretty darn good. When you say here's a sub, what do you mean by that? What's a sub? So Dark Knight, this is the medical center that basically gives my entire city free healthcare. So I actually technically don't have to build clinics and hospitals, but I kind of still do out of habit, I suppose. This one is the Eden project, and once you build this, every single tile in your city becomes a high value land. So technically speaking, you don't even need to build parks anymore, but I still do anyway, out of habit. This one is the Hadron Collider monument, and basically once you build this, you don't have to build schools in your entire city anymore. So I've actually demolished my elementary schools, high schools, and university earlier. Yeah, so that's and this is the last monument that I have. So I've only got the 5 original monuments. This one gives you quote unlimited power. It's actually just 17,000 megawatts of power. I think my city's only using, yeah, I'm only using 1.3 megawatts, and this monument is providing 16,000 megawatts. So for all intents and purposes, for the size of my city, that's like basically unlimited power at this point. Yeah, so there you go. So I know, Dark Knight, you said you haven't really played this game. This is really one of the objectives into playing the game, is to get these monuments, because they do kind of make your life a little bit easier. Although, as you know, Dark Knight, you've been following me play this game for the last 3 or 4 days now. Even before I had these monuments, I never actually really had any traffic problem. My traffic has always remained like 89, 91, 92 air traffic flow. See, now it's at 94. It's pretty crazy. 93. Alright, so the computer still wants more industrial zone. And I'm like tempted to not expand too fast again, because that's how I got into this mess in the first place, by expanding so fast. And then hitting the death wave. I actually prefer to build office zones instead of commercial zones. So I'm going to de-zone these for right now and turn them into office zones. Okay, so this area is still developing. That's good. Probably should wait until there are people working in here before I build more industrial zones. So I have found from playing in the last 2 weeks that if you build more office zones, your city is so much more stable. Hey Dark Knight, yeah, I'm a big SimCity fan. I've been playing SimCity since, I think my first exposure to SimCity was SimCity 2000, way back when. Yeah, before I discovered City Skylines in 2015, I basically exclusively had just been playing SimCity. I love that game. Or rather, I love the SimCity games, and there's so many of them now. But comparing the last SimCity game to this one, I actually think I prefer this game over the last SimCity game. I was so excited when it came out too. I pre-ordered it and everything, and then I mean, I played it and spent probably like 40, 60 hours on it. And then kind of never played it again. But City Skylines, I like playing this game more. I don't know why. The graphics in SimCity, I think, is a little bit better though, and the user interface for sure. How about you? Were you playing SimCity before, and for how many years were you playing SimCity? Okay, I am eventually gonna stabilize this city at some point. Oh, you've never played SimCity on a PC before? How were you playing SimCity before? I've only ever played SimCity on the PC, actually. Oh wait, I might have played it on... Did SimCity ever come out on a mobile device? I can't remember. Oh, if you look at my population, I guess I'm over the death wave. It's rising back up. Yep, I'm over the death wave. There are more people being born than people dying, so that's a good sign. Oh, you just watch somebody play it? I do that sometimes. Sometimes I just watch people play. There you go, Marco. Yeah, I thought there was a mobile version of SimCity. Well, do you mean like mobile phone? I know it's on the iPhone and Android these days, but I was thinking more of like a Nintendo DS. Was there ever a Nintendo DS version of SimCity? Yeah, so to your point, Dark Knight, I actually do sometimes, like, kind of like what you're doing now, would log on to YouTube and just watch people play games. I was actually watching people play Kingdom Hearts 3, believe it or not, because it came out in Japan. When did it come out? 3 days ago? So there's a lot of Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts 3 being streamed on YouTube right now, so I started watching them even though I can't understand, you know, the dialogue. So, like, it made me want to play the game even more. It's like, oh my gosh. I'm probably gonna suck at playing that game, but I'm gonna try. Okay, so looks like we're starting to stabilize parts of the city, thank goodness. What's Brock H? I'm not. What is that game? I'm not familiar with the acronym that you use there. I'm gonna slowly turn this commercial district into an office district. If you look at it, everything is already an office district. Office districts are so much more predictable. So hey Marco, so if you're still there, so one of the things that we did to improve traffic flow here is all my streets are 2 bike lane roads rather. So if you look at my people, all that they're doing primarily is walking and biking. So I didn't build any high capacity streets or anything like that. And another thing I started doing in this game, only in this game, is I started building bike paths. So bike paths obviously only allow pedestrians and bikes, so vehicles are not allowed. So this left side, my residential district, and this right side, my commercial district, which is really now an office district, is actually not connected by road, it's only connected through a bike path. So cars can't travel from left or right or right or left. They're only connected again through the cable car system. Yes, this is actually the first, I saw your comment there, Marco. This is actually the first green city that I've ever built in this game. I have tried to build it before, and I don't know if it ever was possible in the original game without the Mass Transit DLC, because I know the cable cars came from the Mass Transit DLC. So I'm glad I bought the DLC, because it kind of brought new life to this game for me. And by the way, Marco, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do, man. I really do need more subscribers. Plus, I'm going to be live streaming Kingdom Hearts 3 in probably less than 12 hours. I don't know when it becomes unlocked on my PS4. So, yeah, the more people who can subscribe to my channel, the better. Definitely need more subscribers. Hey, look at that. I've crossed the 120,000 population threshold once again, for the second time today. Oh, thanks, Marco. Appreciate it, man. So let's see. My population was 125, I think, before I hit the death wave. So I thought I was doing really, really well, and I was just mentioning in the live broadcast that I haven't hit a death wave so far in the game. And then, as soon as I said that, of course, I hit the death wave in the game. So here's me recovering from a death wave. Strangely enough, this big chunk of my city didn't really suffer from the death wave. It's really just this new area, which I would call it the new unbalanced area, that suffered greatly from the death wave. Subscribe and turn notifications. Thanks, Dark Knight. Appreciate it, man. So, like, barring any real life things that I have to do this week, which I think I'm gonna go see the Dragon Ball Z movie with a friend on Wednesday night. I think it's opening night here in the Philippines. And also this weekend, I'm going away for a trip. We're going to be visiting some islands here in the Philippines, but other than that, I just plan to play Kingdom Hearts and live stream as much of it as I can. Oh, thank goodness my city is stabilizing again. I hate seeing these flashing icons. And I'm too lazy to demolish those buildings too. Alright, so looks like the demand for industry and commercial is finally tapering off, I think. Yay, my city's becoming normal looking again. Paradox should make City Skylines multiplayer. Oh yeah, Marco, multiplayer City Skylines would be so awesome. I'm actually surprised that they don't do that, considering that most games these days are multiplayer. Yeah, imagine a multiplayer version of this game. That would be so awesome. Yeah, that would be so cool if, like, each player had their own tile. Kind of like SimCity. And then we could all just play together. That would be so cool. Alright, let's see. The computer wants more commercial zone. I think I'm gonna wait a little bit, let things stabilize before I zone or build anything else. I'm tempted to just de-zone all of these and kind of just start over, especially this area here. Are you asking, is it possible to make a mod for cities? Oh, to make City Skylines multiplayer? No. So I'm actually a so Mark, I'm actually a software engineer. I'm a computer programmer as my profession. So for a game to be turned into a multiplayer, like, it has to be designed from the ground up to support multiplayer. So yeah, I don't think I don't think they designed this game with multiplayer in mind, honestly, and that's probably why it's been 3 years since this game came out, and they haven't released a multiplayer, like a mod or a patch or an add-on to this game, because I think they just never programmed or designed this to be multiplayer, honestly, because that requires a whole new way of programming the game. That's not to say it can't be done. I'm just saying they probably did not design this game to be multiplayer. Yeah, I'm a software engineer. I started back in, I think my first job was back in 1994. Yeah, so I've been doing it for about 25 years now. Yeah, I mean, everybody, I think if you've got enough persistence, anybody can be a software engineer. Honestly, it would only take like 3 months or so. You don't even need a college degree. I don't have a college degree. I've been doing it for 25 years. I lived in the States for 30 years, for the last 30 years. It's only recently that I moved back here in the Philippines, which is the country that I was born in. Marco, you can become a software engineer, man. Really, just pick up books and then get certified. The way you're gonna kickstart your career is pick a track, whether it's Microsoft, Apple, Linux, I mean whatever you're interested in. Buy a book or two and then look up certifications for whatever it is that you're interested in, whether it's Linux or Microsoft or whatnot, and get certified. I mean, I have like 20 certifications. I was a highly paid software engineer. I'm actually not working right now. That's why I have time to be playing games and streaming live. There you go, Python. See, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, see if there's any certifications or anything like that for Python. And since, if you don't have a college degree, if you don't have a college, computer science college degree, those certifications will definitely help. I have actually hired people who had certifications over people who have college degrees, because college degrees, I mean, if you've had it 20 years ago, that just means you graduated 20 years ago, whereas a certification that somebody had just taken 2 or 3 years ago is going to be so much more valid and so much more current. And I would sometimes hire people based on their certifications and not even on their college degree. Plus, if you're young and you're highly motivated and you have a couple of certifications under your belt, which would only take anybody a couple of months, maybe 2 or 3 months to get for any given subject, because usually those entry level certifications are generally not very hard. Usually just 1 or 2 months of studying and you can get certified on something. Linux, there you go, Marco. Yeah, if you're interested in Python and Linux, definitely go on that track. You can make a lot of money. Really, you can make a lot of money on anything you set your heart to, but I know for sure Linux and Python, yeah, Linux in particular, yeah. Oh, you live in Serbia? So you're just now finishing high school. That's good, Marco. So you're off to a good start, that you've already decided what you want to do, what you want to be. We want to get into software engineering. Definitely learn, Python is a good language, but also learn, this is just my opinion, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. Learn the classic programming languages like C and C++, just on your own spare time, or Java, if you prefer Java. If you want to learn the modern languages, Java and C# on the Microsoft world. Because once you learn any one of those classic programming languages like C, C++, or Java and C#, all other programming languages are really all just very the same and similar. So once you have that foundation, it makes it so much easier to learn another programming language. It's cool, Dark Knight. I actually started learning programming when I was 11 years old, when I was in the 7th grade. So right after the 6th grade, 7th grade, that's when I learned programming. And I actually got my first professional computer programming job at the age of 16. That's when I was in college. So yeah, I got to college quite early. I got to college when I was 16 years old. I'm not smart or anything. I just started school 1 year early, and my birthday's at the end of the year. So Well, while my friends are 17 or 18 years old graduating from college, high school, I was only 16. Well, that's cool, man. It's good to, yeah, 16 years old. My mother had hoped that I would finish college at the age of 20 and then get my master's degree at the age of 23 or 24, but none of that happened. I started making a lot of money at a very young age, and you know, school doesn't seem so important when you're making so much money. Yeah, but you know, Marco, it's like honestly, programming is one of those things that if you're interested, it doesn't matter how old you are. Yeah, you can pick it up no matter how old you are. Because I've seen some pretty old people pick up programming. And I mean, not everybody can be a programmer, and I don't mean that because you can't learn programming. Anybody can learn programming, but not everybody thinks like a programmer. It requires like a certain mindset to be a programmer. You really have to be a problem solver. Yeah, I guess that's the best way I can put it. You have to like solving problems, because as a programmer, that's basically what you do 8 hours a day in and day out, is solving problems. The highly paid programmers like myself are the ones who likes to solve problems or can solve problems in a very high stress situation. I just got used to the stress. I don't even think the stress is stressful at all. So when there's a lot of money involved, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions, there's a project that's gone wrong and they need somebody to fix it. That's normally when people like me would come in and help out. Oh, Dark Knight, you're 17 years old. Cool, man. Oh my gosh. 17 years old. What was I doing then? Well, I was in college then. That's cool, man. I'm glad you guys are like, you know, have interest in technology. That's good. Technology and video games. Those were the two interests that I had when I was in my teenage years. Playing video games, creating my own video games, and obviously playing video games. Have you guys ever tried to create your own video games? Even something as simple as tic-tac-toe? And by the way, guys, look at my population. It's 124,000 now. I think soon it's gonna hit 125,000 again. And looks like the majority of my city is pretty stable at this point, thank goodness. Oh, nice, Marco. You've done some programming in Unity. Very nice. That's awesome. And of course, as you know, or I don't know if you do know or not, this game, City Skylines, was made in Unity as well. So I see that Unity logo every time I bring up this game on my PS4. Hey, Dark Knight, so did you say, I'm trying to read you the last sentence that you typed there. He says, you hope that one day you have your own video gameplay, meaning you want to stream your own gameplay videos on YouTube? That would be cool. Actually, you know, I only started streaming my video game or my gameplay really just in the last few days. I haven't been streaming myself playing video games. I didn't even think that I could, or that I had the personality to be talking to people while I'm playing a game, but I guess I can. Thanks, Dark Knight. You guys are so encouraging. I love you guys. Yeah, so Marco, definitely keep on learning Unity, keep on making your own games, because that's how I started when I was young. I started making my own game, and that's really how I got into computer programming. I wanted to make my own video game. I mean, I don't know if I'm really good at programming. uh, some people would think so. I just think when I put my mind into something, I work really hard at it. I just, you know, like if I go to work and we have projects or problems that needs to be solved, I just basically put all my mental faculties into solving that problem. Yeah, I guess that's why my bosses like me. That's so many zeros. Is that like a million population? I think if I keep playing this game for maybe 2 weeks, I can see that we could expand to a million if I optimize the use of space. I have so many wasted space on the map, and again, only because I had such a simple goal of 100,000 population, I didn't think I would need to like optimize the space on the map here. Yeah, I mean, I think you'll be able to fit. I know I've seen people on the PC version have like 1 million population, but I think that's actually a good goal to have. Maybe once I'm done playing Kingdom Hearts, I'll come back and play this game and see if I can get it to grow to like 1 million. That would be crazy. That would be fun. I haven't actually seen anybody in YouTube who's playing on the PS4 with 1 million population. That would be an interesting goal to have, actually. But that would have to wait until after Kingdom Hearts, because that is the most expensive game I have ever purchased, so I'm going to play the heck out of it and live stream it, I guess. I hope I can get some more YouTube subscribers that way. I mean, that really was the main reason why I bought that game. That would be so sad if I spent all that money and then not get any subscribers. So what other games do you guys like to play besides Cities, Skylines? I actually like, for me, I like Final Fantasy. I play the Final Fantasy series, although I haven't actually finished Final Fantasy 15. I don't know why that game just fails to motivate me to play it. I played Horizon Zero Dawn, played Dragon Quest 11. I actually like that game more than Final Fantasy 15 for some reason. Oh, Tropico 5, I have that game too, Marco. I played it when it first came out on the PS4. What's ET2? I'm not familiar with that. Hey Dark Knight, I just saw your question there about the webcam. So I actually have the PlayStation Eye, which is the webcam for the PlayStation 4. And I'm debating about putting on the camera. And I'm not shy being in front of the camera. It's about, I was just reading some, or watching some YouTube videos about the proper placement of a camera, and of course they say place it in the corner of the screen that doesn't block any part of the game. And for Kingdom Hearts, that would be in the upper left corner, but I noticed the upper left corner is sometimes used by the game to display some messages. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm actually gonna live stream with a camera. I mean, do you guys prefer watching people's face during a live stream? I don't know. That's a genuine question that I don't know the answer to. I've actually never really watched live stream myself. I tend to just watch the pre-recorded ones in YouTube, only because I tend to watch things offline. I would download it on my phone and then just watch it while I'm in the gym or something like that. Oh, E2 is Euro Truck 2. I've actually never played that, Marco. That's good. It's good to know that that's a good game. Hey Dark Knight, I'm definitely not shy. If you guys check out my YouTube channel, you can see me there with my six-pack and all that goodness. Okay, so there you go, Marco. Marco said watchers should just focus on the gameplay. I'm kind of on that boat as well. I mean, I have watched the recorded version of the live stream, not like a live stream. And you're right, when I'm watching those kind of live stream, I'm really just 99% just really focusing on the gameplay. Although I have to say, there were a couple of City Skyline videos that I did watch on YouTube where you do get to see the face of the people speaking, and I guess I have to say that sometimes that does kind of help to see the people who are doing the live streaming. I don't know, I guess I'm kind of mixed on that. computer wants more industrial zone. Let's see. Uh-oh. Let's see. Let's see if I can go beyond 125. Oh no, I hit the 125 population mark and then it started declining again. Is that my ceiling in the game right now? 125,000 people. Hey, by the way, guys, how is my voice coming across to you guys? I'm using a Blue Yeti microphone, and I've kind of fiddled with it in the last few days because I don't know what the proper setting for it is. I mean, am I coming across clearly? Like, right now? When you say, can I add population zone, please, meaning add more people? I actually have residential zones right here, the dark greens here that have not been populated yet. So yeah, I've basically pre-built this area. I think this area might be able to hold a population of up to 150,000, I'm guessing. Yeah, so my city is not doing too good. I'm kind of like in an imbalanced state right now between the commercial zone, industrial zone, and the residential zone. That's why I think that's why people are not moving into my city past the 125,000 mark. But the largest city that I've ever built in this game, which I built last week, was only 205,000 population actually, and then I started running into major traffic problem and kind of gave up on that game. So that's why I started this game thinking, I'm gonna solve the traffic problem first, you know, and try to find a solution. And I've watched so many videos in YouTube about solving, you know, traffic problems, and I don't know, that just never really worked for me, so I just found my own solution accidentally by using cable cars. So I'm coming across perfectly okay. Thanks, Marco. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Oh no, my population's going down again. You say I'm the best. You're the best major ever in Diamond City. When you say Diamond City, by the way, what are you referring to? Dark Knight. I guess I'm not 100% following when you say Diamond City. Wow, why can't I break past the 125,000 population barrier? Haha, that's right, Marco. A lot of people were blown away when they saw that SimCity game that I was playing in the virtual machine, because, I mean, one, everybody knows that a Mac is terrible at playing video games. So for me to be playing SimCity in a Mac inside a virtual machine, that like blew away so many people at the time. I was running it on this virtual machine program called Parallels. which, believe it or not, is the very first company that produced a virtual machine. VMware came later. Actually, some of the engineers from Parallels left Parallels, which is the original company, and they formed VMware, and VMware is the one that everyone knows about now. It's the most popular virtual machine platform. But VMware had its roots with Parallels, and Parallels started on the Mac, and it still is only on the Mac. So Parallels runs really fast on the Mac, as you saw, enough to play video games. That was actually the PC version of SimCity being played inside a virtual machine inside a Mac. So it's kind of funny. Yeah, we use VirtualBox also. Some of our developers do. But trust me when I tell you this, that VMware or Parallels, well, I can't pronounce that word, runs so much faster and so much better than VirtualBox. So VirtualBox is free, and free is always good, so nothing against VirtualBox. But the paid versions of these virtual machine programs like Parallels and VMware, they do run much, much faster. Actually, Dark Knight, I literally just started live streaming, I think like 4 or 5 days ago. And it wasn't even my idea. Yeah, I met a friend who has, I think he has 18,000 subscribers now in his YouTube channel, and I asked him, how do you get so many subscribers? And at the time I only had like 140. Not that anything has changed. I think I only have 150 right now. And he suggested, since he noticed I play video games, to just live stream my video gaming. And I'm like, I've never done that before. So I came home that day and actually figured out, or tried to figure out, how to live stream using the PS4. And thank goodness it's built into the PS4, so I didn't really have to do anything other than just log on to my YouTube account and link that with my PlayStation Network account. Hey Marco, that's funny you mentioned Visual Basic, because the very first professional programming job that I got back in 1994 was because I knew Visual Basic. I actually learned Visual Basic 2.0 from high school. I was a uber duper computer geek in high school, so my computer science teacher in high school, or computer lab teacher, computer lab teacher gave me a copy of Visual Basic 2.0. It had just come out that summer, and I spent the whole summer learning Visual Basic 2.0. And it was just for fun, because when I was in high school, I was learning a brand new programming language every summer. Actually, it started in elementary, but so yeah, for that summer I decided I would learn Visual Basic, and then 6 months later I got a job programming as a Visual Basic programmer professionally full-time. Isn't that crazy? Or actually not full-time, it was like 30 hours a week, which is almost full-time. Oh, VirtualBox, sorry, I just saw your comment there. Sorry. Yes, VirtualBox is really slow because we do use it at work sometimes. Yeah, Parallels and VMware. Parallels on the Mac for sure is, in my opinion, is faster than VMware. It's very fast on the Mac, as you saw. It's fast enough to play some video games. VMware on the PC is absolutely fast. It's much, much faster than VirtualBox. When you say review my city, did you just mean like the first person view? So that's funny, that's my original city there, so I still have low residential zones here. Probably should just keep them the way they are. Wow, for 70 minutes. Wow, you guys must have really slow machines. So Marco, I have a MacBook Pro. Well, it's not good for gaming, that I will be honest about. For everything else, my MacBook Pro is like screaming fast. The SSD on my MacBook Pro is rated at 3 gigabits per second, or gigabytes, I don't even know which it is actually.
But when I benchmarked it, I was getting like something like 2.2 gigabytes per second. So the SSD on my MacBook Pro is like super fast. So when I do normal things like computing, programming, running virtual machines, it runs really fast on a Mac. Oh, I see what you mean, Dark Knight. Let's see. So on the PC version, I know there are add-ons people can install where they can literally follow a person or a bus or a vehicle, but you kind of don't really have that too much on the PS4. Oop, I didn't mean to pause the game. So this is as close as I can zoom in to the people in the cars. But as I hit a building, the camera goes up on its own. I'm not actually doing that. Yeah, so this is as close as I can zoom in. I noticed on the PC version you can zoom in a lot closer when you install an add-on. Which one do you want to buy, Marco? I didn't. I missed it. You said you wanted to buy it when you have the money. Buy it. What is it? Hey, Unlock. Hey, nice of you to join us. Welcome. MacBook Pro. Yeah, it's so expensive though. Honestly, I would. Since you play video games, I would just buy a PC. Honestly, the only reason I have a MacBook Pro is because, like I told you, I'm a software engineer. And so gaming is not important when I'm working. So when I'm working, I need like the absolute fastest hard drive SSD possible. And at the time that I bought my MacBook Pro, I'm not saying that it is the fastest computer. It's not. At the time, it was the fastest that I could find, and so that's why I bought it. Ah, I like programming. Yeah, so I actually worked for Microsoft twice. And when I'm talking about like Redmond, Washington, the headquarters of Microsoft. And when I would eat at the cafeteria, you will be surprised to know this. This is before they had the Surface line of laptops. I know they have Surface now. But before that came out, I would eat at the cafeteria and I would notice like almost all the software engineers are running MacBook Pros. But they're obviously running Windows in their MacBook Pro. But they just love the hardware so much that even though they work for Microsoft, everyone was using a MacBook Pro, which is kind of funny. Hey Anlak, I know you just joined the chat and the channel here. So what we've done here is we built a city that is, as you can see, over 100,000 population with a traffic flow of 93%, which is mind-bogglingly good. Well, I can't even say that word. Which is really good for the size of this city. Most people who have 100,000 population, their city usually have really bad traffic. I know all of my cities do, except for this one. So this has been an experiment for the last 3 or 4 days now that we've been playing this together. Dark Knight's been in it most of the time, actually. So basically we end up building cable cars. We ended up using cable cars as our primary means of getting people to and from work. So this one cable car here is, you can see it serviced 426 people last week. So this city here, this part of the city here, the island, actually has no road connection to the main city. The same thing for this island here. This has no road connection to the main city. I know you see a highway coming through it, but I'm actually not connected to that highway in any way. So yeah, we kind of built a very unorthodox city here, and all the roads that I have are 2-lane bike lane roads. Actually, for the newer areas that I built here, yeah. So yeah, basically that's it. I don't have any 6-lane highways or 4-lane highways other than this middle portion of my city here. Everything is 2-lane bike roads. So basically, my citizens, they walk and they bike to and from work. They don't generally drive. So if you look at my streets, yeah, you can see all the people walking. That's them going to work. They're just walking or biking. Yeah, so that's how we solve the traffic problem, it seems, at least at this population level, where we don't really have any traffic. We have a 92%, 93% traffic flow. So, just to catch you up. So, Marco, if you have any ideas here how I can break the 125 population ceiling that I seem to have hit, let me know. Or looks like I'm in a death wave again. There are more people dying than people getting born, so my population is going to decrease. Looks like the death wave is occurring again. funny thing is, normally when a death wave occurs, you see a lot of, you know, that dead icon, but I don't see any actually. It's just that my population is declining. Which is not good, because it's gonna destabilize this area once again, which I had just spent the last hour trying to stabilize. Yes, I think you're right, Marco. It's because I didn't respond to their need for jobs. I think that's why they're leaving the city. Although it's not just that they're leaving the city, there are people literally are dying more than being born. There's like 509 deaths and 369 births, so that's like, that sucks. So let's focus on getting them more jobs. Let's see, the problem now is, since my population's plummeting, and now I'm gonna have all sorts of problems with my commercial and industrial zones once again. So I don't want to keep zoning more industrial zone because I'm already starting to have problems here. Yep, I see, like, yep, having problems everywhere now. So I mean, I can keep zoning more. It's not gonna make the problem go away though. And then just randomly zone more office zones here. I do have enough hospitals, even though I have well, actually I don't have any hospitals. I don't think I actually ever built a hospital, but I built, what are these things called? Medical clinics. You can see I still have a lot of them in the city. I actually didn't demolish them when I built the monument for it. I know it's not needed anymore. Because if I look at one of these medical clinics here, they're not even being used anymore actually. Yeah, so basically I'm paying 600 a week for each one of these clinic, and they're not being used anymore. I probably should just demolish them. Yeah, so I mean, I have a lot of them all throughout the city. Even the new ones that I built, the new areas that I built today, I still put clinics in them, even though I know it's not necessary. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong right now, because I did hit 125,000 population earlier as well, and then this cycle started happening. It's like the death wave and everything else started happening as soon as I hit the 125k population. Or is there something fundamentally wrong with the way I started building out my industrial and commercial zone here? Because I did kind of build this stuff so fast. As you can see, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have like 6 train stations here. Two of them for cargo, and then 4 of them for people. Okay, I was just wondering, Marco, if you had any ideas. If not, it's cool. It's one of those things like, maybe we'll figure it out, I'm not really sure. The city that I built last week, where I had 205 population, I mean, I just built that city as fast as possible and just like kept zoning, and at the end of it, it just looked like it was just one massive grid. It didn't look that cool. But then I started running into this exact same problem that I have now, where you keep hitting the death wave. In this city, I don't think the city is too perfect. Only a large chunk of the city is quote perfect, like this area here, because there are no commercial or industrial zones. It's all just residentials and residentials and office zones. So those zones never seem to give you any problems. Yeah, I'm thinking next time I pick up this game again, maybe I'll de-zone all of my industrial and commercial zone and just like organically just develop it. So like, so this area looks stabilized now because everything here are actually office zones now. So what's it saying? Not enough raw materials. I mean, you've got connection to cargo train station. Surely you can get some raw materials. Hey Marcus, what other programming languages do you know besides Python? Actually, do you already know Python, or are you learning Python right now? Oh, are the trains not moving? Oh, I didn't notice that. I think they're moving. Maybe there's train traffic. I didn't even pay attention to that. Oh, there is indeed a little bit. Oh, yeah. Maybe building the train stops so close to each other is not such a good idea. Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness, I didn't notice that. That was a good catch there, Marco. But I mean, overall, the traffic. It's red, but it is moving. It's not like the trains are getting stuck, though. But I think I've learned my lesson to not build the train stops like this, where they're so close to each other. That's probably causing traffic. Needless traffic. I mean, I can see the trains are moving, but they're probably having to slow down. Yep, I just saw that. Yep, it stopped. Yep, this is a bad design. It's because of this. Yeah, you're right. Well, that's a good catch, Marco. Maybe you found the root cause of my problem here. See, this is why I like live streaming. Somebody can help solve my problem. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I did not do this correctly. I don't know what I was thinking when I designed this. I guess I can just bulldoze it. Let me turn off half of my train stations. Maybe that might help a little. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna de-zone this, convert this to an office zone. Even though it was perfectly happy. And that way I can turn off this train, cargo train terminal there. Oh wow, in second grade you studied C? That's awesome, man. How about you, Dark Knight? Are you learning any programming or anything like that? Well, you're well ahead of me, Marco, because I think I learned C when I was in high school. I was probably a freshman in high school. I've always believed that as the generation progresses, that the younger kids learn things more and more at a faster rate and at a younger age too. Oh crap, it's already 10:29 my time, PM. Didn't realize time passing by so quickly. Oh wow, you learned C# in the 3rd grade? That's crazy. Hey Dark Knight, so you have no interest in like programming or just learning how computers work in general? If not, it's cool. I'm just wondering, because some people are not into that. My best friend isn't really into that, for example. Okay, so I gotta focus on building more industrial, commercial zones rather. let's see, what is the best way to do this? Where should I build commercial zones? I guess I can D-zone... Well, I turned off half of my train station, but the traffic is still there. It could be because of, what, the tracks? So Dark Knight, so you have several favorite jobs, dentist or IT or translator. Which of the three is your favorite one, being a dentist or IT or translator? I mean, in what order do you prefer your future job to be? Well, I learned something about this game. Don't build your train stations so close to each other because they create traffic. That, you know, makes sense now. I'm actually thinking I might just demolish these train stations now. When I built these train stations, I didn't really think about train traffic. Oh, you know what else also, Marco? It's because the trains have to slow down to enter these stations. It's because the angle... it's because of the angle that they're coming in as. Oopsie, I see now what I did wrong. I'm gonna have to demolish my train stations here. So I think the problem, or one of the problem, is that the trains have to slow down so much just to come into the station. So I think I need to provide a longer ramp or entry point. So hopefully that will improve traffic. It doesn't seem like it because of this. You're right, Marco. It's funny how small mistakes can become really big ones. And that was a really good catch that you mentioned about the train, though, because I really wasn't even thinking about train traffic until just now. I think this is the first game I've ever had where I built so many train stops and had to think about train traffic. So that was a good catch, man. And I didn't really think about that the trains would have to significantly stop in order to make the turn to go into the station, so that's another thing I didn't really think about. Oh crap, lost the power there because I demolished the train station. Trying to increase that angle so the train doesn't have to slow down so much. I don't know if that will really make a difference, but I gotta fix the bottleneck is here. Let's see, not much I can do to fix this unless I remove this guy. This is probably not a good spot to build a train station. Yeah, there's not much room for it. And what if I just delete this train station altogether? Let me think. What if I just delete this train station altogether? It's gonna make all those industrial zones unhappy. So the computer wants more commercial zones. So I guess this is a pretty bad placement also. Let's see if we can build some commercial zones here. Oh no, since I removed the train station, now they're gonna complain about not enough raw materials. Yeah, I guess you're right, population's starting to grow again. But let me see if the death wave is over. It's probably not. So 480 deaths per week and 449 births per week, so we're not out of the woods yet. Looks like the death wave is still happening. A fire. Hey, good night, Dark Knight. Thanks, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Have a good night. Let's let's see. So our traffic flow is still at 93%, so that's still pretty good. So I gotta find a way to fix this mess. So it looks like I did not do a very good job at developing the industrial commercial zone here. Alright, Marco. Hey, take care, man, and thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. It's good talking to you guys. Alright, so for those who don't know what we've been building for the last few days, we basically built a green city. We've got a population of over 100,000, and we've got an average traffic flow of 93%, which for a city of this size is really good. Alright, take care, Marco. Bye, man. And we accomplished this by building 2-lane roads with bicycle lanes so that people can just walk and bike to and from work. Let's see if we can examine my city here a little bit closer and see what the citizens are doing. Yeah, so you can see a lot of people are just walking. And we also accomplished, instead of using the typical mass transit of like metros and subways, we actually just use cable cars. So we basically just built a network of cable cars. And also, this is the only entry point to our city. There is no other connection to the highway or freeway. This is the only one. And all other portions of this city connects to this original city here through cable cars. So you can see the cable car line right there. Yeah, so that's how we basically eliminated traffic in our city, but still managed to grow the city to over 100,000 people. And so the newest addition to the city is the industrial and commercial zones here, and they're just not doing as well as we'd like to right now. I think I have a... Marco actually discovered that I have some train traffic, which looks like we've eliminated now by eliminating the train stations. But unfortunately, by eliminating the train station, it also caused this problem. So I'm gonna have to de-zone this for now. Yeah, so if you've ever played City Skylines, normally one of the biggest problems you'll run into very early on in the game is traffic problem. Oh, hey, Edson, how's it going, man? So I'm trying to read your comment. You said my industrial zones are major specialized zones. Oh, is that what you do? You specialize in farming or forestry or ore or oil? Ah, I kind of did that in the beginning part of the game. I think I had some... yeah, I had forestry here. Actually, that's a good idea. I actually forgot about that. But the yellow bar only grows. When you say the yellow bar, but the yellow bar only grows, what does that mean? Actually, I think I'm going to take your suggestion and grow forestry in this area here. That's actually a really good idea. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Like, I had started... I built forestry in the beginning part of the game, and I, like, totally forgot about it. Oh, the yellow bar meaning the the industrial zone? Meaning on the RCI graph right on the bottom there. So you're saying as you build more specialized industrial zone, you're saying it's still growing. So one of the things I've learned in the last 2 weeks playing this game is, for example, on the commercial zone, like right now it's telling me it wants me to build more commercial zones. Like, I don't know whether it wants me to build a low commercial zone, a high density commercial zone, or an office zone. I wish it would actually tell you. So I don't think, in that case, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I think the computer just wants you to build either more of the same zone or a different type of industrial zone. Maybe the computer wants you to build forestry instead of farming. I think that is the one weakness of the RCI graph, is that it doesn't actually tell you what the computer wants you to build. So no, I'm actually running into the same problem right now, Edson, but on the commercial side of things. Like, I don't, like right now, my commercial graph, you can see it wants me to build more of that, but it's like, what is it that you want, computer? More offices, more, low commercial zone? Yeah, so it's a guessing game. You kind of just have to start zoning and figure out what a computer wants. Because like sometimes when I see that the computer wants commercial zones, like the way it is now, sometimes it just wants me to build low density commercial zones. I was like, oh, really? Or sometimes offices. So yeah, it just depends on what the computer wants. And the computer doesn't tell you exactly what it wants. So I'm going to take your suggestion and I'm going to specialize my industry here and turn them into farming, forestry actually. I like forestry because I like seeing green trees. I guess I can just click that and turn that into a forestry district. And so now I still have to solve my commercial district. The computer just wants me to build more commercial zones of some type. I don't know if it's low density or high density. Hey, no problem, Edson. I mean, we're all just, learning to play this game, even though we've been playing this game for a little while now. It's just still a learning process. It's actually kind of cool, broadcasting and playing at the same time, because then, you guys can actually help solve my problem. Like, you just gave me a good idea of specialize my industrial zone. So that's what's happening now. This is going to be a forestry once it's done. Now I just gotta figure out what is it that the computer wants me to build as far as commercial zone. I'm gonna start with low density commercial zones and see what happens. So let's see, does the computer want low commercial zones? Low density ones? Well, it's definitely moving the commercial graph back to the left, so maybe that's what it wanted me to build all along. I've been building like high density commercial zones, and maybe it really just wants me to build low density commercial zones for a change. Yeah, it's funny how building this one little area here of low commercial zone can move the graph that much. I mean, the rest of the city is pretty stable. Really no problems, no blinking icons. It's really just these new areas here that we started developing mostly today, part of it from yesterday. Population is starting to go back up again, that's good. And this is our brand new residential district. We just built this today. It's a really large district. I think it can actually hold like 50,000 people, maybe. At least 40,000. Currently it's holding 18,000, so maybe not that many people then. Maybe like 30,000 people. Okay, so good. Things are stabilizing thanks to the two guys who helped me out on the chat there. So one of the flaws that we fixed, one is we were having some railroad traffic that I did not anticipate. We still are having a little bit. And a part of it is the angle by which the trains come in. The angle that they, if they have to slow down to enter your train station, it's going to cause some traffic, obviously. But I have very limited space. I can't really optimize this any further than I have, I think. So at some point I had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I had like 8 train stations here, and I demolished all of them except for this one here because it was causing major train bottlenecks. Let's see what else we have here. Not enough goods to sell. Alright, so this time let's build some high density commercial zones. Not enough people to man all these forestry zones. Hopefully my residential will develop. I think we overbuilt our industrial zone here. We got too much of it, not enough people to man it. So it looks like people are moving back into the city. We got 488 people moving in every week. I actually would really like to see this residential district fully developed, but that would only happen once we've solved our commercial and industrial issue here. Yeah, so if you guys have more suggestions or ideas on how I should fix my industrial and commercial district here, let me know. I'm definitely open to suggestions. So now we're running into the problem where the computer's wanting me to zone more commercial zones, and then once I do, there's not enough people to actually man the buildings. And for the most part, I mean, the city is pretty stable. We got one little fire here. My fire department is slacking on this island. They just let the buildings burn. So if I build offices, the computer occupies it. Built way too much farms. We're trying to see if we can break past the 125,000 population barrier. We've crossed it twice now, but every time we do, we run into a problem. Either death wave happens, or we're running into problems with our industrial and commercial zone not being able to support the higher population. Not sure yet. There's an imbalance or something's just not right with our industrial and commercial zone right now, and that's kind of what we're trying to figure out. Like, for example, there is still a train problem here, train traffic problem. Maybe this is just not a good spot to build a train station. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe I should just build like a one-way train track. Should change that label. It's not really industrial, I guess. It's a mixture of industrial and commercial zones now. I'm just gonna extend this area. Let's see. So we got a chicken and the egg. If I start building more commercial zones, there's not enough industry to support it. Not enough industrial zone, rather. Let's see here. So our traffic flow is still really good. It's still at 91%, given that we have 122,000 population. That's actually a really good traffic flow. The rest of the city seems to be in balance, except for this part of the city. I'm tempted to like de-zone most of this and kind of just start over. let's see. Large painting, and go ahead and D-zone these. So we're just trying to fix our industrial and commercial zone right now. It's kind of preventing us from growing because there's an imbalance somewhere. So I'm tempted to just de-zone them for right now so we can begin to troubleshoot and fix it. So strangely enough, we've solved the traffic problem. We don't have a traffic problem. What we have now is an imbalance, or something is not right in our industrial and commercial zone. I think I'm going to keep the offices. The offices don't really cause any problems. I'm just going to de-zone all the high-density commercial zones and the low-density ones as well. Okay, that's better. Start over. When things are not going right, start over. But we're going to keep the office zones because those are just like worry-free zones. As long as there are people, the office zones are just happy. Okay. Wow, despite the fact that we just de-zone all that big chunk of zone there, we still have 124,000 people and people are still moving into the city. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so there's a high demand for commercial zone. What is it that the computer wants in particular? Like a tourism zone? Perhaps? Let's experiment with that idea. So let's zone a couple of these, then mark them as tourist zones. Go ahead and zone more office zones. So we've crossed the 125,000 population threshold, and our population is still growing, so that's a good sign. Oops, I accidentally broke the power here. Need to run power lines. Let's see, how should we run the power line? Okay, hopefully that should fix that. Wow, so all this time, all that the computer wanted was a tourist district. Wow. Well, at least we figured it out. That's insane. So for the last hour, we've been trying to figure out what the computer wants me to build, and it's actually just a tourist district. That's pretty crazy. Yep, that was it. The computer just wanted more tourist district, or actually I think that's the only tourist district that I have. So there you go. That should begin to solve our problem, actually. Yep, we've gotten past the 125,000 population threshold. We're on our way to 127, it looks like. We're doing pretty good. We've got 14,000 money in the bank, 14 million rather. Our traffic flow is at 90%. We're only focusing right now on the commercial and industrial district because that's actually the only spot in, for the most part, in the map that's giving us a problem. Everything else is pretty stable. So overall, we're doing pretty good. Looks like we might actually hit the 130,000 population mark for the first time, so that's exciting. We're just gonna let the game play out for a little bit, since there's not much we can do. There's really no demand for anything at the moment. I'm just gonna put some wind turbine there so we can stop seeing those thunderbolt flashing. Well, it's a good thing I started live streaming this gameplay because we actually had two people that helped me. Marco was one, and Edson. Yeah, Marco suggested to look into my train because they looked like they were stopped, and they were, because we were having some major train traffic. And Edson recommended that we specialize, or at least he specializes in industrial zones, and so he was right about that. I do need to start doing that as well. Believe it or not, I have very, very little industrial zone in this map, in this game actually. So if we look at my industrial zones, basically these are the only ones that I have, and these are the ones that I basically started the game with. So this, yeah, I don't really have anything else anywhere in the map. Yeah, so basically this little specialization of forestry is what's supporting 128,000 population right now. That's pretty crazy. So I wonder if the computer wants more tourism still. Or something else now, I don't know. Wow, looks like we're gonna hit the 130,000 population threshold for the first time. That's pretty exciting. And we still don't have any traffic. We have 90% traffic flow. That's really good. This is the only traffic area, which is understandable. It's the only entry point to my entire city via road, plus we've got the monuments right here, so that's I'm sure generating some traffic as well. I probably should move the monuments out of this, but I'll keep them there for right now, I guess. Yep, so we're moving right along. Looks like we are going to hit that 130,000 population mark. Yay. How exciting. Uh-oh. What problems are we having now? Not enough goods to sell. So let's go ahead and build a little bit of industry, but maybe we should specialize it though. Like what Edson said. I think I'm going to specialize forestry here. I do like forestry. Oh no, now we have a new problem. Not enough goods to sell. So Edson, I don't know if you're still on the chat, so what do you do when you don't have enough goods to sell? Yay, we crossed the 130,000 population threshold. And I hope we don't hit the death wave soon, because it looks like we might be. Nope, we're still good. If you look at the birth and death rate, there are more people being born than people dying, so that means we're good. We're not in the death wave right now. I wonder if I should build a cargo train station there. And I guess we can try that. Just pause the game for a second. Well, I guess we don't really have to. I don't know if that will help, but let's see. Wow, there's a huge demand for commercial zone, so that's not good. That's going to lead to unemployment if we don't figure out what the computer wants. see if we can mark these as like for leisure. If that makes any difference. Not doing so good here. Guess I don't even really need these right now. There's no demand for commercial zone. Okay, looks like our city has stabilized somewhat. Let's look at our traffic. Our traffic is at 91%, so that's really good. population is still growing. That's really good. We have nearly 15 million in the bank, and we're making 11,000 per week, so that's pretty good. Well, let's see if we can get workers to come and do the forestry here. Or maybe I should do some farming. That's an idea. There's just not enough people. Oh no, I hope we're not gonna hit the death wave soon. Looks like... Nope, not yet. Let's do a different district. Let's do farming this time. Okay. So the computer wants more industrial zone, but I don't exactly know what it wants. Maybe it wants farming and not forestry. That might be it, I'm not sure. Maybe that's what it was. The computer wanted more farming. I wish the computer would just tell you what it wants instead of you having to guess. Looks like we're fast approaching to possibly hitting 135,000 population. Let's see if we can actually maintain that. And therein lies the next problem. How do we get people to go in and do these jobs? Not enough goods to sell. Very tempted to just put some low commercial, low residential zones here. Let's see if that will fix the problem. There's so much demand for commercial and industrial, except I don't know what the computer wants exactly.
Yikes. Come on, how do we get more people to work in here? Oh no, people are just not manning that. That's interesting. Alright guys, I'm getting sleepy here. I think I'm gonna save the game here and continue this once the Kingdom Hearts 3 craze has subsided. Anyway, thanks guys for tuning in. Our original goal was only to reach 100,000 population. As you can see, we've well exceeded that. What else? Our other objective is also to ensure that we have a good traffic flow, even though we are at a 100,000 population, and we do have good traffic flow. We have a 92% traffic flow, which means for all intents and purposes there really is no traffic in our city, so that's pretty good. We have a very healthy bank account of 15 million, and we're still making 11,000 per week. Our population is currently declining because we're in a death wave. It looks like more people are dying than there are being born. As you can see, there's 393 deaths per week and only 346 are being born. So we're effectively in a death wave. The computer's also demanding more commercial zone and industrial zone. I don't really know which commercial zone or industrial zone to actually to zone for. And so because of that, we have a 36 unemployment rate. And so when you have that high of an unemployment rate, that's when people will also start leaving your city. Looks like I might have to rethink my industrial zone, commercial zone area here. It's not very optimized, I think. It's not very good for what we need, actually. Anyway, this is Sin. We've accomplished our goals, but we definitely still have some work to do, and we definitely learned something new about building too many train stations too close to each other. That causes train bottlenecks. And also, you know, don't forget to specialize your industrial zones, whether it's farming, forestry, or oil. Yeah, specializing is always better than not specializing. Anyway, this is Sin, and we'll go ahead and end the broadcast live stream now. And next time we live stream, we're going to be live streaming Kingdom Hearts. Alright, take care, guys. Take it easy.